I use OpenGL and DirectX just directly. So I wrote my own backend for those. So they just interface directly with OpenGL and DirectX. Let's see. Yeah, I find UI systems a lot of fun, actually. It's like they're complicated and simple at the same time. I could have used something like I am GUI, but I decided not to because that's not as fun. All right, so let's see issue here. Oh, that's weird. That's annoying. It's basically just vertex batching. So it just creates like a let's see, we can just open this up in render doc. Here, 1 second, let's do this. So I can take a capture here. And let's see. Where's the text draw? Yeah, so it's basically just, well, I guess this is the draw call. It basically just creates like a quad batch, I guess. And draws them all at one time. So all the text is on one single texture. So if we go to the texture inspector, where is that? Where do I see the textures? Inputs. Okay, I guess we have to turn alpha on. Yeah, so like I rasterize the text at runtime, and I use the true type or free type. I forget what the library is called. Let's see what it's called. Yeah, I use STB true type library to do that. But basically, I just render the glyphs sort of on demand, and I cache them into like a texture that sort of just generates itself dynamically. And then I just, when I'm rendering text, I just loop through the string character by character, and I just generate a vertex buffer. The music's a little loud, 1 second. Yeah, it's generate a vertex buffer with UVs that just read from this texture, and then I submit that as like a single draw call. Yeah, and the rest of the quads work like that too. Oops. So if we go back to this, like for the, I guess all the UI elements here, they're on this draw call. So you can see sort of a similar things happening where it's just like batching them up in quads, and reading from like just a texture. And that's just the default, what the engine does by default, but I can actually control that like programmatically. So I can create my own vertex, I guess, buffers, and like submit them on demand. So like I have a little 3D demo too here. Oh, the game's running. Let's see, this one. Oh no. Why is this mad? Oh, oops. That's why it's good to test multiple compilations. So like I have this little voxel demo thing that I made. So if we like render doc this, of course, just like take a capture. Oh no. Okay, why didn't the capture work? That's so weird. Let's try that again. Oh no, I don't know what's happening. Okay, I guess RenderDoc doesn't like my voxel demo. Maybe it's because it's still generating. Here we go, let's try it again. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so like for this voxel demo, it's just generating a giant mesh and setting them in point by point. So yeah, it's cool. I have my own build system. Well, that's half true. Yeah, so this engine, I just have my own little build tool. I just call it the build tool because I don't know what else to call it. But it's responsible for building the game, or building the engine. It piggybacks off of Ninja, like Ninja build, which is actually what like CMake uses internally. So like when you use CMake, it actually generates a Ninja build script. So like I can sort of show what that looks like. Like if I go to this project, output, generated, or no, runtime. Yeah, so like the build tool is just a C++ project, but it'll like generate this build script. But it's just sort of directly made for my project. And the reason I did that instead of something like CMake is because I have additional needs that I want to do at compile time that CMake doesn't make very easy to do. So like my engine sort of relies on code generation for some of the systems. Like the graphics backend and the object system primarily use code generation for a lot of stuff because my engine supports, I guess, multiple graphics backends. But I don't want to be writing shaders like 3 times for each shader language. Like if I'm writing a shader, I don't want to write a GLSL shader and then have to write an DirectX like HLSL shader. So I actually have just a single shader language. Let's see if I can show this off. Does this compile still? Yeah, okay. So if I jump into this and I go to the assets, yeah, no, there's not really anything like that. It's very like, this build system is very specific to this engine I'm working on. So like, you wouldn't just use this for any random C++ project. But because I'm working on this engine and games in this engine, it's just sort of a trade-off I decided to do. But it gives me a lot of control over exactly what happens and when things happen during compilation. So I like that. But yeah, like here is the shader language that my little engine uses. So this is a shader language I wrote. And then during build time, the build tool actually basically compiles this shader language into whatever backend you currently have selected for the renderer. So here's just like my sort of renderer agnostic shader language. And I currently compiled with DirectX 11 as my render backend. So it actually generates an HLSL shader from that. But if I like switch this to OpenGL and I compile, so now I'm running OpenGL. So it creates a GLSL shader instead. So this is just something I do as a step in my build pipeline here. And a similar thing happens for the object system, where in my engine I have these little objects. I call them .object files. So if we go back to like the UI system project, let's see. Or no, I need to go to the engine. Yeah, so I have these .object files. This might be hard to see actually. But these are essentially just C++ files with some additional sort of syntax sugar. But the build tool actually parses this file and basically splits it into a source and header file and a bunch of boilerplate code that the engine needs in order to basically do the object system. So like handling the memory and like getting object handles, so you don't have like ID invalidation. And yeah, I use I support all the main C++ compilers. So right now I was compiling with MSVC, so Microsoft's compiler, but like I can also compile with Clang or LLVM, or I can use like GCC as well. GCC is like the slowest one. But yeah, I can switch between these. And I have that because I support Mac and Linux as well. So the engine works on Mac and Linux too. So it's platform agnostic as well. Yeah, so I don't work in... I used to work at AAA. I used to work as a AAA job before my current one. So yeah, I was doing engine development there. So I just do it in my free time for fun now. Because I like programming this stuff. It's just fun for me. Yeah. Yeah, for the build system, I'm not following any sort of guide. I'm just sort of developing it for, for the needs that I have. I don't know. It's really overkill. I'm spending a lot of time just writing a build system for an engine that's not even publicly available, just for myself. But I don't know. It's kind of fun solving little problems like this. Let's go back to my project. Yeah, it's kind of nice because I have this little VS Code plugin too that adds this bar along the bottom. So I can like just directly do things through like VS Code interface. Where the build system itself, or the engine itself is driven by the command line. So like I just have these batch scripts that basically you can run. Like if I just want to build this project, let's go here. It's like I can just like, I think it's build project equals systems. Wait, why didn't that work? I don't remember what the command line is. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so you can build it from the command line, which is cool. So the plugin just basically is just an interface for generating command line arguments. So yeah. But right now I'm working on the UI system for the engine, so fun stuff. I guess. Let's go back. I'm going to change out of that. So I have to do text boxes. Why am I in the project view? It's kind of tricky because you never really think too much about how UI widgets work. Like what's the behavior of a text box? It's like you have a text box where you want new lines. You have a text box where you want it to just be like a specific width. Yeah. I spent the not last week, the week before this. I spent a lot of time writing a rich text editor. So with like highlighting and tabs, like another thing you never think about, which I had to like realize that is actually a thing, is tabs. I mean, maybe this is obvious. I don't know. I guess I should have noticed this. But like I always thought tab was just a 4 space wide character or whatever tab configuration you have, right? But it turns out that tabs actually align. So like if you have a space and then a tab, the tab itself is actually 3 spaces. So it like aligns itself on these intervals. So it's not as simple as just like, hey, we see a tab character. Let's indent 4 spaces. It's like, okay, we see a tab character. Now we actually have to indent X number of spaces to get us to the next like vertical alignment interval. Yeah. So, but yeah, this is actually like quite the headache to figure out. And like you might ask, like, why would I even need a rich text editor? So this is called rich text, is when you can have different fonts and colors and stuff. So it's like, why would I even have that in a game engine? Because I don't know what games actually need to have rich text. But I want to use the engine for making like tools as well. So like obviously I have the game, but I also want, I'm gonna need like certain tooling probably to make games. Like maybe I want to throw together a quick level editor or something where I can still use the game's renderer to sort of visualize the levels. So the editor will probably just be like a optionally compiled portion of the game, which is turned off for release builds. And I might need rich text within the editor because obviously you have like input boxes and stuff you need to enter values in. So I was like, well, I might as well just do the whole text editor. So I don't know, maybe I wasted a week, but let me see. Yeah, I mean, I just learned from working on projects of my own. Really. It's kind of like I find like, and this isn't even my first C++, well, obviously not my first C++ engine, but I didn't even pick up C++ that long ago, relatively speaking. So like I had a project before this, which I can show. So I had this project, which I was working on once it compiles. And see, this thing uses CMake, this project. Will it compile? No, it's not compiling. Yeah, so I had this project where I had like, I have a UI here, and like buttons and, yeah, so this is Vitality. I'm not sure if any of you guys are actually aware of this game, but I was making this in C++ early last year, and I got like fairly far along in terms of getting like the game like starting to be functional. But then I was starting to get annoyed because with this project, let's go to the code for it. Yeah, with this project, like the engine was like directly the game, so it wasn't an engine and then I built the game on top of it. I was just like building the engine in the game. But then it's like I wanted to prototype stuff, and I'm like, well, shoot, now I'm like basically tightly coupled to Vitality being my game engine. So then I just started to basically rewrite this, but in a separate engine, I guess, which is what I'm working on now. But yeah, through making this project, like I sort of learned, okay, well, this is how you can like construct an engine from scratch. And now that I've sort of done it the first time, I'm better informed of like what I should do when making a more general purpose engine. So I guess moral of the story is, I think just diving into projects is a good idea, because like you don't know what you don't know until you actually start doing it, and then you figure out, oh yeah, okay, this is how all these pieces come together. And maybe you can learn some of that through like online resources or following tutorials or courses, but personally I find stuff sticks with me more when I just like do it rather than learn about, like read about it. Like even in this engine, there's like design choices I would probably change if I were to do it again. So yeah. Like even this the UI system. So like I just showed, I wrote like a little UI system for this project, and it has like scroll bars and buttons and text boxes. But like this text box doesn't have highlighting, because I hadn't figured that out yet. And just the general way I designed this UI system was really not the greatest. Like it works and it looks good, but it's under the hood, it's not very clean. But now doing it the second time, like I'm starting to like see things I didn't see before in terms of like I guess the theory behind how you design a UI system. And maybe you can sort of skip ahead to that if you just read about how people make these, but I don't know. It's not as fun. Okay, so let's go back. I'm gonna delete these from this actually. Have I tried turning it off and back on again? Surprising how often that works. As a life rule. Oh, why is this not mad at me? Oh, it stopped. Alright. Oh, not size it. So now I should be able to set filters as well. So let's see. Yeah, like I don't like how this is a function pointer as well. Yeah. Essentially, no, it's not extern actually. I can show you this. I know I kind of glossed over it quickly. I can explain. Let's make sure this compiles though. What is it mad about? Set filter. Oh, I guess I can't do this here, can I? Yeah, I can explain this in 1 second. Yeah, because this is my own little thing I made. Yeah, so yeah, these are these .object files, which is like my little custom object script file. As you can see, like in these like function bodies, I'm just writing C++ code. But I have these little keywords here. So like protected, public. There's also private is another one. But these just correspond directly to like the C++ class, like member specifiers. Because what happens to these object files is the build system basically parses these, extracts sort of key information about what this object is, and it generates these two files. So you have the header file. So here's the text box actual like class for this text box object type that I've made. So if we put these side by side really quickly, sort of see the comparison between them. And then I'll kind of explain why this is necessary as well. Let's just close the console. Yeah, so like in the little .object, there's just some things you're allowed to do. So you have to set the object name. So this is just like the name of the type, right? If you're like defining a class, you have to give it a name. So that's what this is. And then the parent is basically, does this object type inherit from another object type? Because in my engine, the object system is based on inheritance, which I guess in other engines they might use like an entity component system is another big popular design decision. I decided to go with inheritance just because I sort of just prefer that way of making objects, and the performance isn't really a problem for me because I don't really use objects for things that need critical performance. But yeah, so essentially these just define member functions on these objects. And then where those member functions go is dictated by the keyword prefix. And these just allow the build system to know, okay, where do we put these functions? So every object type that gets compiled in the project ends up in the singular header file. So the text box is one of them, but I have all the other UI components in here too, like the slider and the scroll bar. So this is just a lot of boilerplate code that gets generated for you by the build tool. And what's really nice about generating the boilerplate during build time is that if I want to change an object, like if I want to change an object or add to an object or rename it, I only have to edit it in one place, which is like this one singular object file. I don't have to go into like, I don't know, a bunch of different header files or a bunch of different source files and just change it everywhere. So that's one benefit. The second benefit is that the actual like runtime object system that's handling the memory and handling the instancing of objects, that's done. That relies on a lot of sort of information that it would be really annoying to have to just like go and write all this sort of boilerplate code for every time you add a new object. So like if we look back at the header file, or I guess if we look at the source file, so here's like the actual source code that gets generated. So it's like generating a bunch of tables for me, which get used by the object system at runtime to sort of manage the memory allocation and the IDs, manages the inheritance, manages calling events. The object system also has serialization of the the object members. So like if I have an object, like say like a rabbit or something in a game, and it has like a position, like an X and a Y parameter for like position. And say I'm representing those as floating point right now. And then in the future, I want to change those to a double, which is twice the number of bytes per field, right? If I have a game that is saving these entities to file, and then in the future I'm loading, but I've changed the underlying data structure of the entity I'm loading, you would invalidate all old save files. So this is sort of like a common problem in games that have save files or just anything where data needs to be sort of backwards compatible. So as part of my object system, I have it generate a lot of boilerplate needed for basically serializing the struct members themselves. And I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to have networking as well. And I think like Unreal Engine, I actually don't have much experience with Unreal, but I know that they have sort of a similar thing where you create like an entity like file, an entity header, and you sort of have to add these extra little keywords for Unity's build system to sort of parse out what needs to be generated for its internal systems. So yeah, like there's just a lot of stuff, like all of this code in here. Like here's some serialization code here for, well, here's some test objects I have in one of my examples. So yeah, it's just a lot of code that gets generated. But it makes actually like writing games just really fast and easy. Because I'm not like going in and having to manage all these files all the time every time I want an object. So yeah, I know I've kind of rambled a little bit there, but that's the idea behind the object system. And I call them objects because I started programming with GameMaker, that GameMaker engine, and they refer to it as objects. I know people say object or entity system interchangeably. I prefer objects because I think it's more fun than an entity. But yeah, so like if you see my system, you can kind of see the inspiration I took from GameMaker as well, just the way it has events, and the way that like I handle object IDs. Yeah, I could talk about this for a while, but the object system is actually like fairly, it's a fairly complicated system because there's like a lot of weird edge cases you don't think about until like you run into them. Yeah. I personally think using the generated code approach is the correct one, but maybe other people disagree. But yeah. All right, text filters. So we should be able to set filters. Let's see. So if we can set an integer filter on this. Okay, cool. So the integer filter only allows whole numbers or negatives, but not negatives if you already have stuff written. So I probably want a text line as well. See, like here I am, I just created a text line object, and to create that object, it's literally as easy just creating a new file and changing the name. And since the text line is basically the same as a text box, just a little stricter, you can just inherit directly from the text box. And rather than, see, I don't need to call this. All I have to do is like, do I allow new lines? No. Do I allow tabs? No. And then all of this is just, I don't need this. So like we can disable this event. We can disable rendering. And we don't need all of these. So like a text line is literally just a text box, just a little stricter. You could argue I should just make it a text box with a Boolean flag, but so let's make sure this compiles. And then make this one a text line. Yeah, it doesn't allow tabs. So in the update, I actually do want to do something. trying to think, should text boxes have scroll bars? I think yes. Yes, they should. At least a vertical scroll bar for now. We'll do both. Trying to think how I want to actually structure this though. Because I should just be able to use the scroll region thing. I just like C++, honestly. That's kind of the only reason. At times, I wish I would have done C, to be honest, because even though I'm using C++, I kind of avoid a lot of the, I guess, more modern C++ features. Though I know I did just go on a ramble about how I'm using like the object system using C++ inheritance, but like I don't use any of the C++ standard in my code base, primarily for compile time reasons, not for actual like beef against the standard library. But I just like C++ because it's like pretty low level while still having some nice abstraction layers for various things. I like how I can just like interact with memory directly. I initialize and free my own memory. I just like being able to directly do that. And optimize where I would like to optimize. And it's the language I'm strongest in, so that's why. All right, so delete. So I should really assert that this is assert region. Yeah. This has a Boolean override, right? Yeah, okay. These should never fail, but they might. And then, so we need to update the region based on the text dimensions. So update region. Maybe we should do it up here. I'm trying to think what order this needs to be in. Okay, so So that creates the region where it should be on the screen, and then I need to change its the region view here. So, and actually, I think one of the problems is this is a private member. So I'll make this public for now. So I need to offset this by the region handle offset. I will clean this up in the future, because that's ugly. So this should allow the text to scroll when the scroll bar moves, and then I just need to update the scroll region based on the size of the text. So set view, set scrollable area, dimensions.w. And if this works first try, that would be amazing, but it's probably not going to. Why is this mad? Oh, that x.y. I don't see why this shouldn't work, but things don't typically work on the first try. So let's remove the height limit. Yeah, okay, why is it not? Yeah, that's a debate. I personally, I think I prefer more data oriented. That's actually a good point too, because I can say anecdotally so I used to work at AAA in my last job, and the AAA I worked at actually was the opposite. It was so they had an in-house engine, and this was a pretty big company too, so popular title. So their engine was in-house, and it was very data-driven. I guess you could say procedural. What's the opposite of OOP? It's like procedural, I guess. But yeah, where I work now, not in video games anymore. I work in a very object-oriented code base, so I kind of like had a bit of whiplash going from one to the other. I think for most problems, I prefer the procedural way of solving them. And I think of object-oriented programming as a nice tool for certain circumstances. Like my object system in this engine is, I guess you would say OOP, right? And I think it works for that specific problem and how I wanted to solve that problem. But I think there are a lot of times people get into like the OOP paradigm, and then I think that everything has to be OOP. Whereas like just doing something procedurally where you just have a function that does something might just be good enough. So yeah, I don't know. I don't feel too strongly either way, because I use kind of mix them. Like I use OOP when I want to, and I do procedural when I think it's like, I don't know, the simplest solution for the problem at hand. Like I'm thinking about the object system, because that's sort of like the big example of where I use that in my engine, use the object-oriented approach, because I know there is like a big debate out there about how you should design an entity system in a game engine. So like a lot of game engines nowadays are using entity component systems, where rather than having like, I guess like classes that represent specific object types and they inherit from other classes, you have just objects that are sort of composed by their components, and each component is stored like separately in memory. And rather than having an object type is more represented by like what components the object has. So like even the concept of object types in general isn't even like strictly there. It's more like, okay, well, here's kind of like this object represents this conglomerate of components, and you can sort of just like design your whole system on that. And the plus sides of that is that like it's really good for just like efficiency. Just the architecture in general is really good for performance, because it's good to have your data aligned like closely to like in memory to I guess like other entities, like say you're rendering a bunch of entities that have positions, right? All of the position components for the entities will just be continuous in memory. So when you're looping over just the positions, you're just like can spit right through that because they're all close together in cache, which is like why a lot of people like entity component system. So I don't know, there's trade-offs. I find it more difficult to reason about entity component systems when I'm like designing objects. Like in a game, like when I think of like a rabbit entity, it's easier for me to just like create an object called object rabbit and just give it a position and other things and sort of reason about it from an object-oriented approach. But obviously I'm a little biased there because that's just how I learned to make games. So yeah, I don't know. That's sort of my feelings on that. And like the other thing too, like, so like my object system, like I said, is object-oriented approach. But if I were writing like a particle system, for instance, where like speed, like iterating through a bunch of particles really fast is the priority, I wouldn't use the object system for particles. I would just write a separate system that is maybe more similar to an entity component system for rendering particles, because particles are like simple and you can reason about them easier in an entity component system sort of paradigm. So I'm just really like I'm pro do what's best for the problem that you have, but don't like overthink it, because there's like a million ways to skin the cat when you're making games. Yeah. Like I'm thinking like another way, like Casey Muratori, or I don't remember how to say his last name. He has a game engine series called The Handmade Hero, and like his entity system is like really interesting, because rather than having like a bunch of different entity types, I think he just has like a mega struct that represents all entities. And it's just like it works equally as valid as any other architecture you come up with. So it's just another way to do it. So I don't know. It's kind of rambling there, but yeah, I guess in my current job, to add to the whiplash, so I'm writing in Java primarily now for the project I'm doing at work. So like I'm going from like a C++ background where it's like wants to be very procedural to using Java, which is like very OOP in design. It's like everything is a class in Java, and there's like garbage collection, and it's just like, what is going on? But you just like learn to work in that, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm not really gonna think about memory, because I don't know, you just kind of have trust, you have faith in Java, the Java virtual machine, that it will do its thing. Whereas like in C++, you kind of have to be a bit more careful. Okay, so let's replace these. Why is this 0? Oh, I see. Where is this assertion actually coming from? Yeah, who's calling it though? Where is this being called from? I'm not even hitting the breakpoint. What? What is going on? All right, let's just do it up here. I have like some weird state where it's like 1 frame away from an update or something. No, it's not. Scroll bar. The scroll bar thinks it doesn't have an area. That's so weird. It thinks the view is 0 pixels wide. Is it even running this code? Okay, so it runs that. Yeah. What I also love about C++ is you can kind of just make it your own language in a lot of ways. Yeah, Unreal is in C++. I mean, pretty much all major like AAA game engines are C++ anyway. I know a lot of like indie, smaller engines aren't in C++. Yeah, I'll be careful what I say on that, but I was not. I think one of the main things that sort of made me want to leave is that I like programming games because like that's just what I like to program. And like when I first started learning the program when I was a kid, like I was like making games. That was just what I wanted to do, right? It's like my calling. And then I got a job in the industry right after I graduated from college. And I was there for a few years. But what I quickly learned is that game engine's game development is a lot more fun when you do it for fun, rather than doing it because you like have to. So there was just, I don't know, a lot of the work in AAA isn't very glorious or glamorous, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I was starting to not like game development because I was just getting a little burnt out from some of the stuff I had to work on. So yeah, I decided that maybe I should just not do game development as my job and instead work on something else. So I still have a programming job and I still work on like, I guess, low level things, which does interest me. I'm just not in games anymore. And yeah, it definitely is a lot less stressful being outside of games as well. Though that said, where I worked, I actually think it wasn't very like intense. There's a lot of horror stories about the game industry about being like, oh, there's these huge crunch periods or like overworked. Maybe it was just maybe I got really lucky. But at least where I worked, it was like pretty chill. and the people were really nice. Yeah, I mean, I've considered indie. I sort of have a problem actually finishing things. So I don't know. I don't want to make any like, I don't want to like gamble on going indie and then like, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I would love to. It'd be great to just work on like my own games and release them and earn a living that way. But I actually have to finish things first. And I'm not really sure if making an engine from scratch in C++ is like the quickest route to being successful in indie. It's like, if I want to be successful in indie, maybe I should skip the year-long process of like writing an engine and like writing my own text boxes. So I don't know. Maybe in the future I'll actually work on something that gets finished. Yeah. Yeah. I have to be careful what I say because I worked at a AAA that had NDAs. But yeah, there were layoffs as well, which was kind of, I wasn't very happy to see that when those were happening, which made me a little soured to indie in some of the decisions that were being made around certain things. That wasn't why I left, but that was something that weighed on my mind a little bit. Okay, so why am I getting this assertion? I do pretty much only coding. I'm a horrible artist. I can do low polygon modeling, kind of, but and like I can do like maybe slightly better than programming art, pixel art, but yeah, that's another limiting factor on going indie. It's because like I can do the programming thing, like I feel somewhat confident at the programming side of things, but like I would need a team to help me with the or at least I need to partner up with someone to do the art. And I don't really know anyone that would that can just do that right now. So I need to find people that would be willing to do that. Or I could just learn, but I don't know. I don't know how to start learning 3D modeling. Every time I open up Blender, I'm always like overwhelmed. I don't know if the Blender UI is just like insanely complicated, but all right, so I keep zoning out here. So it's setting the scroll bar to 0. I could just get rid of this assertion. It's not even necessary really, but I want to figure out why it's doing that. I don't know why my debugger's not working. Oh, here it is. Now it works. All right, so what are we doing? So we're updating the UI, then we update the widgets, and then we update, which widget is this? Yeah, so it's just, it doesn't have an area. That's what it is. All right. So why doesn't it have an area by the time the update function calls? Height. View width, view region. Yeah. You know, I've thought about getting a little Discord server or something. That'd be fun. I'm sure there are some out there. I'm just like completely ignorant to them. But yeah. Okay. Concentration. I have to concentrate here. I have to figure out, I have to beat my head here for a second. So text box. Is it the text line that's screwing it up? Yeah, it is. That's what it is. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Let's just delete this. Let's simplify the problem. So turn this off. And is. We're still debugging. Okay, so we set the scrollable area, but this should be happening. Oh, I see what's happening. Oh. So we're bypassing this function, obviously. All right, so let's just set this in here somewhere. It's like remove, to do, remove. We gotta assert that this is. Yeah, it's because I'm like writing all this like quick like debug code before I actually formalize this stuff. I'm just running into all these assertions. And now it's mad about, wait, what? Text box, update. Okay, I'm just gonna remove this for now. This isn't necessary. Okay. So that's just not doing anything. Where am I printing this text again? We don't need to do this. Okay. Oh, now the scroll bar works. Yeah, this is just broken. Yeah, this is so busted. Okay, let's fix that. So I need to turn off the mouse test. Okay, I need to change the filter as well. Let's get rid of that. I don't know why the clicking's all weird. Screen X, screen Y, X, Y. That should work. So if I scroll, So this should be... Okay, this is gonna be an annoying problem actually. Because, okay, I just realized something that's kind of stupid about this. So if I delete this, right, the scroll bars aren't visible, right? But if I make the text wide enough, oh no, it's not doing it. Okay, so if I make the text wide enough and the vertical scroll bar appears, now it's actually clipping over some of the contents of the text, right? There's like an A underneath the scroll bar, right? If you scroll up, you can kind of see it. So the scroll bar appearing actually shrinks the visible size of like the text box view, which could actually push words even further down. Wow, that's really annoying. I mean, I can fix that by just doing... what can I do about that? Yeah, maybe I should get a Discord server or something. That'd be sweet. I mean, I could just move the scroll bar outside of the widget. So like it spawns out to the side, but I'm trying to have it like not expand in size once you create it. Because then you have to like think like, oh, if I'm designing a UI and I have a text box here, it's like, oh, what if the scroll bar appears? Now it's like the text box could actually be 20 pixels wider. So ideally the scroll bar appears within the text box. Because then it's like self-contained. So I actually need to shrink the page width limit. Width, I hate that word. Width. Okay, so I need to shrink the width limit. So that's up here. So I guess I can just pull if the widget exists by... Okay, I need to actually see. Yeah, so I have these as temporary variables, but these should actually be probably public on this class. Because you have like the region width, which is like what you actually want to scroll into, but then you have like the view size. So like if I put something like public int view, because I already calculate these down here, so I can delete that. And then I can change the page limit width by that value down here somewhere. It's gonna be a frame delay though, I think, which is kind of annoying. So like this would be like this. So page width equals this view width So now the scroll bar appears. Yeah, okay, it pushed that A down. See? So like it's up here. But now with the scroll bar, it should be here. And now text won't. Oh, here's another fun one. Look at this. So what is happening here? That's the question. What is happening here? So this is what I was saying. It's a frame delayed. So like, I think what's happening by this T is that this set of characters is pushing the text Oh, that's really confusing. So like the text exceeds the width the limit for like width. It goes to a new line. But the scroll bar then sees that it should have a horizontal scroll bar for one frame, which will allow the text to be on that line. So it snaps back and it's just like flicks back and forth. So there's probably an elegant way to do this, which is not this ugly mess of whatever I'm doing here. So maybe I just don't allow horizontal scrolling of text. I don't know. Let's see. So where's it doing that? We have a frame delay somewhere in here. So let's see. This should not be called in the in the draw event either. Actually, this should be in this. This should all just happen in the step. Should happen in the update because this should happen. Update region. So. So we get the dimensions, input dot, let's see, get dimensions, and then, so the limit for the width is always going to be the size of the text box, and then we need to update this guy. Where's the handle here? This should be here. So we get the region, then we set its position relative to us, we set its width and height. And then we also need to set its, let's see, what do we need to set its? Yes, I think we do this, input dot. Just stick this up here somewhere for now. Page width equals. So we do that, and we update the region. Set scrollable area to be the dimension. Oh, we have to do the minimum thing again too. So this. delete that. Okay, let's think about this logically. So we come through, we update the text box state, and then it will be based on last frame's width. I think this is going to cause the same problem as before now that I think about it. I guess we can keep this in here too. Oh yeah, I have to remove the height limit. Actually, I'm going to make this a lot clearer too. Where's the draw? Let's make this red. All right, so this red rectangle represents the size of the scrollable area. Right, so if the size of the scrollable area exceeds the size of the view, which should be this outer green line, then we get scroll bars. Now, I'm not sure why we're getting a horizontal scroll bar, because the red line in theory should be exactly the same as the text dimensions. So if we also draw those, let's draw those too. Draw these as need this. This is such a gross line of code. Draw these as a white line. Yeah, okay, so the white line is the true, I guess, size of the, Oh, I see what's happening. It's because I'm doing this when I should be doing this. Oh shoot. I just use OBS for the stream. I'm actually running the stream through a restreamer because I have it on 2 of my YouTube channels for some reason. I was just playing around with that, so I think it's running through two streams right now. Let me see if it's even working. Yeah, it is. Everyone's just watching on my channel, so I can probably just turn the other one off. But yeah, I use OBS. I have a little overlay I made. All right, so it should be doing this. Region handle dot view width. I guess this could end up being sort of recursive though. But let's see if that works at all. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. So the white line is within the red line, but the red line is within the scroll bar, like within the scrollable region. Let's just get a bunch of text in here. Yeah, okay. So then, and mouse interaction works again too, question mark? No? Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the mouse. It seems like I only want to click half the time. It doesn't want to click when I scroll down, which is odd. It's like the screen position offset isn't actually working. Because it's like it works here. No. Now I can also make it follow the cursor as well. So let's do that. So let's see. Let's see. Where should I do this? Up here is probably. So if we are actively typing, then the view should be. So we set the region handle dot. So we actually need to get another handle. So we need to get the scroll bar. So we need the vertical scroll bar. Equals. Yeah, these are just confusing. Should have access to this scroll bar, vertical, and this is another massive line of code. So we can set its position in pixels to be something. Do the same for the horizontal scroll bar. Let's see. And then do that. Now we need to get the text, the cursor position in pixels. And we can do that by doing text input dot get position from index, which will get us a cursor position. Based on the input dot get, or the input dot get caret get position. So this should give us an offset from the position of the text, which is what we want. And then we can just pass this. So caret position equals that. Now, obviously, we probably only want to update this when we type. But for now, we'll just do this. I think it's actually the bottom of the caret we would want. Let's just do y though, let's see what happens. So in theory, that should work. Yeah, there we go. Kind of works. I seem to be losing height, so something's not perfect. So I think if we do, Z, should be the bottom of the caret. I should just fill this text box with gibberish. Yeah, that works. Did the stream just restart? I think my internet just hates live streaming sometimes. I think it just restarted, which is kind of annoying. All right, so we can remove the debug. Well, let's make sure the horizontal scrolling works too. So we remove the limit and remove this. Yeah, cool. It's actually kind of cool how like it moves automatically like that. It's not really what I wanted though. Like it kind of like shifts back and forth. If I like delete, what happens? Yeah, kind of like shifts to the side. That's actually kind of cool. It's like it always stays within the bounds of the box. And then if I select, now let's get rid of some of these debug lines. We don't need these anymore. Seems to work. Let's just like compile this out. And so I'm gonna have to come through and actually clean this up though. Oh, whoa. Okay, so if you highlight using the mouse, it wants to just zip right across. Okay, so maybe I shouldn't allow that to happen. So we need to have like a buffer zone where if it is out of range, then we update, otherwise we don't. So let's do that. So how do I do that? So I guess the top of the scroll region, so like, so be like vertical region, vertical view maybe, or we'll do view vertical. It's equal to, so the top of this is just the region handle dot view, no, region, it's just this. It is region height times vertical scroll bar. I guess it would just be region offset, and then the bottom is just plus x, y, y, and then oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my degree was just computer science as well, just sort of general purpose computer science. I did take some game specific courses, but yeah. Okay, so let's see. So if So if the top of the caret is higher than the current position, or is less than, or equal to, let's just do less than dot x, or greater than view vertical dot y. And we can set its position. Okay, that did not work. What are these values? First line of defense. What are the values? So I think that should have worked. Okay, so it's this value is just wrong. So it doesn't like that very much. Does not like. This isn't working still. Oh yeah. It's actually not working. So x, is this function not correct? So I think that should be working. wonder why it's like flickering like that. I think it's just not setting this correctly. Because it's like skipping too much. Like... Like here, it should go just to the S. It shouldn't be seeing the T and the E. So I think this is not correct. So if X is less than... let's draw these again. Just to make sure we're drawing the right things. Oh no, I don't want to draw that. I'm too lazy. But they're both broken, so I think the function's wrong. If we just use the top of the carrots too. The size of the area, which should be fine. This is a new one. It's built off a lot of the same code though. But I got the general purpose bug in me, so I started making things general purpose. And here I am a year later. Working on text boxes. And I am getting confused by the scroll bar offset. Because I don't see why this shouldn't work. But I'm clearly not seeing it correctly because it doesn't work. It like works almost, which is the annoying thing. So like if I get to the very end, it's fine. But if I'm in the middle, like, see, it just like skipped a whole bunch of words, bunch of letters. But it like gradually hones in on the... Yeah, exactly. It's because the engine stuff is so fun. Making games is hard. Because making games is more than just programming. You actually have to like think about what makes a fun game. And it's like, well, shoot. I don't know how to have fun. Okay, so what's wrong here? Let's see, let's just print out some values. Let's see what happens. So we want to go to this position, and our area is that. Yeah, okay, cool. Ooh, the plot thickens. Oh wait, no, I edited the wrong code. Which file is this? Scroll bar. Set position pixels. There. Okay, so, ooh, okay, here we go. Getting somewhere. So we want to go to 303 out of 451. As we get closer to the end, 414, 451. 160. I don't think 160 is correct. Where is it correct? Okay, I think I know what's happening actually. This side, this direction should work though. Like if we go to 160, does this look like 160 pixels? I don't know, I think it does. How many pixels is this? That looks like 160 pixels to me. Yeah, the problem is my scroll bar, my little rectangle doesn't change size, so I can't really test that. Oh wait, now this works. That wasn't working before. Right? Okay, so I'm pretty sure I see the problem. So when I'm 100% scrolled, I'm actually not 100% of the way to the edge. So what I should be doing, probably, this will make sense in a second. So I'm scrolling by the wrong ratio, basically. So caret position, like if my caret is here, right? Then moving the caret left doesn't do anything. Yeah, so I think I need to do some subtraction here somewhere. Let's work on the horizontal one first, because that's easiest to reason about. So is it like this minus the view width or something? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to offset this? Could this be it? No. No, it's not. Thought I was onto something. So hard to reason about this kind of stuff. I don't have like a good visual mind for random cursor offsets into scroll bars, where I need to like translate between pixels to percentages, because scroll bars use percentages and screens use pixels. I mean, I could just say it's good enough. It does work. But I'm just a perfectionist. Let's see. Like the idea of this set position pixels function is it should just, based on the scroll bars like area if it's just like a percentage, right? It's like, okay, well, the caret is at like 400 pixels and the scroll bar has like a region of 800 pixels. So we have to scroll to 50%, right? And it should do that. But I guess the question is, does 50% represent the center of the area, or does it represent the left side of it? And I'm actually not sure. I don't remember what that is. I don't think it does. Yeah, I might have to come back to this. I'm just not going to figure it out. I have to move on to other things. It works good enough. I mean, it works in the edge case. Like, you can scroll, so it's not like it's broken. I'm just a perfectionist. You can, like, highlight and delete. You can click and drag. Look at that, it works now. I didn't even fix this, and it just, like, fixed itself. It's crazy. Oh wait, maybe it doesn't work. Yeah, the clicking is still all sorts of messed up. Yeah, alright, it needs a bit of love. But let's clean some of this code up though. I need to make this smaller because I can't see what I'm doing. So we basically have some things. So we want to be able to limit its width. Limit width equals 0. Limit height. If there is no limit, then it will just allow you to do it infinitely. So let's implement these. So if wish to allow so if we have a width limit and we allow new lines, then we will enable word wrapping. Let's make this a otherwise page count is 0. So if we make this like 128 by 64, then we don't get a scroll bar. But if it's like 512, then we do get a scroll bar. Wait. If we now allow new lines though, then it should automatically wrap. Cool. So we'll just set this to like, so there should be an unlimited text line. This goes on forever. If we have a height limit specifically, so we can't exceed the height. And I will say change this to like allow word wrap or wrap words. I don't know. And then, let's see, let's change this. So if there is a word wrap and, okay, so let's see. Let's just aim on this. Okay, cool. So I can clean this up. So where do I use dimensions? Down here. So dimensions text box. X dot Y text actually, and then caret. So scroll region, caret, scrolling, I don't know. We have to fix this, so we do fix this because it is broken. And then we click, and then down here we have outline, body, and scissor. All right, so that's mostly working now, I think. I'm gonna have a couple extra things though, because I might not always want the scroll bars to be visible. So I want to add that as a feature too. So like public bool hide scroll bars. And if that's true, then just be like region handle dot hide scroll bar vertical equals. And then this will set them visible if let's see. It's not false, false, false. False, true. Okay, so if I hide the scroll bars now, let's see, does this work? Yeah, there we go. Hidden scroll bars, cool. No, I think the actual region height is still wrong though. Yeah. So with the scroll bars hidden, it shouldn't actually decrease the size of the view. So we need to change that. Let's see. view height. So we offset the height if it's visible, and we do the same here. Change that. Still didn't work. Well, yeah. Sweet. Yeah, because like a single line of text, you probably don't want a scroll bar, to be honest. Like if I have a text line, I don't need a scroll bar for that. Yeah, it's definitely tough to reason about. I'm like kind of bashing my head back and forth. Bashing my head against the wall a little bit here. Because I still have this bug where the offset is broken, which is really going to bug me. I think I know what's causing it. I just can't think about what the solution's supposed to look like. I don't know why sometimes, like, so like this works up until a certain point. And I think it's the same problem. It's like my update position for the scroll bar is just busted because it's like trying to jump back and forth. But if we turn scroll bars back on, I guess I can remove this now, I think. Let's like assert that this happened. Assert that that exists. And context dot destroy widget. Okay, so now I can go back to text line, because text line is essentially just a text box that doesn't allow new line characters. So let's just go in here and be like, pay. Yeah, but I guess it doesn't need. Let's just make sure this always calls for now. guy back in here. Yeah, so that's wrong. Forgot to add. Wrap words equals false. And then shows hide scrollbars equals true. Cool. So now we have a text box that can support vertical text and then a simple text line. It supports only horizontal text. And then last thing we need is a character limit. So public int limit characters. And I guess these could be sizes. Now let's just keep them integers for now. So we have a character limit as well. So if we have a character limit of like 10, then yeah, cool. I'm gonna call allow word wrap. And one last thing, I need to add a property for this. Oh, it does have that. Okay, now I need to actually create proper functions to create these widgets. So let's do that. Create text box. So we create a position, you give it a width and a height, and then I guess you have a width limit, height limit, and we'll true. Text line, pretty similar, except you only have a either have a height limit or character limit, and word wrap is not relevant. Taught me collisions, true, true. Eventually I'll learn collisions, true, true, true. I am getting hungry too. All right, so let's see. We create a text box. Is a type of text box. And we create it, we get its handle, width and height, and then we also do the width limit, width equals width limit. equals word wrap. Basically the same thing for this guy. Except we don't have a height limit. Oh, I forgot the character limit. All right. Everything compiles. And let's change these out to be the proper little creation function. So we can just create it like that and create a text line the same way. That is at 1120. Oof. Text line. Sweet. Now the ultimate test, can I nest these? So 0, 0, 0, true. And let's nest it in the window. There we go. The window's not big enough though. Where do I create the window? Let's create it there. Ooh, here's a problem. We need to create it in the Windows region. All right, there we go. So you're editing a text box within a window, and then you can like still click the cursor. You can scroll the window. Cursor clicking does not work when it's in a window with a scroll offset, so that's unfortunate. I think it's the double clicking. Something's wrong with the clicking. Let me fix that. Let's see. True. See, that was not. Hello, hello. And where is it being clicked? Yeah, see, that's not right. 20. 20 and 0. That is not right. Nope, that's not it. It's the position. Double clicking's fine. True. 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 I'm just glad that I'm almost done with the text boxes. These are definitely the most complicated of the widgets. These are a pain in the ass. I think I see what's wrong actually with the scrollbars position code though. Because I have this. So if it's setting the position within the size area, this should actually be size area minus size view, right? Was that the problem the whole time? Oh, fixed. No, not fixed. I got excited. Why doesn't that work? How does that make any sense? Based? Real? Okay, so what is actually wrong here? I'm so confused. See, when you're at 100% of the scrollable area, right? The top you actually see is up here. So what's the offset? How am I calculating the offset? Let's see. So region width. So I need to take the minimum of this. Basically need to do this. So, and then we post that. Okay, I think I fixed it actually. Now I just need to fix here because I need to subtract this by this. Oh, fixed. See, now it works as I expect it to. You're always at the top or the bottom. And I believe it should work horizontally as well. Let's test that. Let's see. Where's my project? There it is. So if we give the horizontal text box a if we don't allow word wrap, so you can type horizontally. Yeah, there we go. So I just need to do the same thing here, where these are some massively long lines. All right, let's see. Just gonna name these vertical. Sweet. It's fun because the scrolling with the mouse wasn't even like explicitly programmed in. That's just a byproduct of everything else working. And it's like directional too, which is cool. Just as like a consequence of like everything else is working. So that's fun. Nice and modular. Yeah, so if you detect the whole line, obviously it goes there. Cursor navigation. go to the end of line. What's cool is I can do this. Wow, that was so complicated to figure out. Let's make these lines a little shorter. I actually want a sandwich so bad right now. That sounds so good. I might go grab a water though. Hold up, I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm back. I repeat, I'm back. Gotta stay hydrated. Oh, that's actually sick. It's always funny how like you're doing something and then someone else somewhere is doing the exact same thing as you. And I'm kind of winging it too because I don't really know exactly what I'm doing. Oh, get down, cat. My cat just jumped up on the desk. Go. But yeah, I'm like partially winging it because I've never like written a fully exhaustive little UI library / engine before. But I'm getting all the essentials in. So why is this still broken though? It's like that should count as a single click, but it counts as a double click. So there's something wrong with that. So let's figure out what's doing that. Yeah, so it thinks the click timer is running. So where does this get started? Activate. So that should only start in 2 places. So it's like it's not getting stopped. It's probably gonna spam the console, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. Oh, it's double clicking. Oh, weird. Honestly, I think they do. Like, I bet if you typed anything regarding game engines and UI, it's no coincidence that my stream is the one that shows up in your recommended, like, at the same time. Okay, so why is this double clicking? That's weird. Let's So zip this. I love a good printf debugging. Yeah, so that's one of them. Where's the other one? Text box. Wait. All right, come on, move, cat. Let's see. Okay, I guess, yeah, just why would I call this in there? That's stupid. Solves that mystery. Did I have a print in here? Still getting the line. Oh wait, no, that's fine. Yeah, I think it just works now. Ooh, not quite. So what's the issue here? I think I need to slow down the frame rate a little bit. Okay, so it's like going back to 0 for some reason. 302, it reaches the end and then it bounces back to 0. Is it when it ends on a new line, maybe? Is that what it is? Yeah, I think it is. It's like I can see the cursor going down there and then it shoots back up to the top. Which doesn't make much sense. It's like down there for a frame. Is it the scroll offset that's doing it? Yeah, it's like if I scroll within the last, I guess, visible section, kind of like shoots up. No, is that it? It must be something weird with the like a frame delayed again on something. Let me just ensure that we're always synced up when the position. No, that's not the issue. Well, I guess that would have been fine. I'm gonna keep that where it was. Wait, I think I know what it could be. So it's when, I believe what's happening is I'm overflowing an unsigned integer, possibly. Is that possible? It might be. Let's see. Because if I go... It seems like it's related to potentially the screen height. Like, it works fine up to a certain, like, height, right? And it seems to happen around 400 pixels. Does that make sense? All right, let's see. If we go in text box, get index from position, takes in oh yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, so I was literally giving, yeah, I had an unsigned integer overflow, which is pretty stupid. Okay, I guess that's, watch, here it is. It's gonna work now. Yep. See, it's things like that you just like don't think about. It's like, oh yeah, I'm storing that as an unsigned int. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Screen positions typically aren't negative, are they? Right? It's like, how do you have a negative pixel? When you have offsets from a scroll bar, it's like, yeah, I guess it can push negative, can't it? All right, let's make sure we save this work. This is the wrong repository. put some fancy text in here too while we're at it. Let's see. Oh yeah, I have to set a horizontal limit. Word wrap, true. All right, now we have some fancy text in our text box. And it just works. We can make the font a little bigger, 24. You can navigate with the cursor. And we can get rid of these. Oh, I need to fix these too, don't I? Yeah, right? It's like, I've been working on this for like 4 hours already, trying to get this to work. Okay, 3.5 hours. But that just means I have to move on to the next thing. Here, let's also put the text in the other one for fun. Make sure that works. Oops. Why didn't that work? Oh, yeah, that's why. So now we have a window that can contain nested text boxes. Now I could get even fancier and do something like, let's really go crazy with this. So we have a nested text box. Now we can give it a call back on update, which takes a lambda expression. What does that take actually? Why does it take an object? Oh, where am I looking? Oh yeah, I guess it does need an object. So we can give it a lambda. Which can make it so text box. The text box has a actually, so I want to basically just steal this. Yeah, I should know this. I wrote this code. I just like forgot why I wrote it that way. It's been a couple days. I'm trying to get fancy with this this text box. So we on update. So the handle is a text box and the parent is a window. So widget. Sell these two. All right, so that should make it so I'll make this a child of the window. Anything that takes the region. Just disable that. All right, now we have a window that is a text box. And the scroll bar works. Seems the horizontal scroll bar wants to keep showing for a split second, which is weird. Okay, it doesn't work perfectly. There's a bit of a jitter with the scroll bar. We can figure that out. Uh-oh. I'm in an infinite loop. All right, not perfect. I'm either in an infinite loop or I've seg faulted somehow. But I think I got an infinite loop. But let's just check to be safe. Okay, not perfect. Maybe I need to explicitly update this thing. Update widget. Yeah, I don't have access to this in the Lambda, don't I? It's gonna error at me, I think. Oh no. Yeah. I don't have access to that function. So I think I know where the scroll bar is flickering. So I'm updating the size, but I'm not actually. What is this called? Yeah, this should actually be an update for the window. No, that shouldn't be an update for the window. Once again, it's like one frame behind. It's just the ordering. And then like it gets into a bad state if it's in an edge case. So I just need to make sure the ordering happens in the right order. Set the FPS like 10. See it easier. Yeah, so like you can see it jitters. Because I think like the width is one frame behind from the actual window. Yeah, and then it gets itself into a catastrophic situation. So when is this called? Delete these other text boxes. Yeah, so that's the order I expect. So the window updates, and the window should have a new size by the end of its update loop. So that's fine. So that's like its true size. So then text box updates, when does it render? Yeah, because text box should adjust its size and then it updates. It adjusts its region. Oh, when does the region update? Okay, that's what I expect. Yeah, it's because there's like a frame delay between what the region thinks its width is and what it actually is. Oh, that's really frustrating. It's like ideally I would force the update to happen here, which I might be able to do. So like, okay, now it's at least immediate. Maybe it's not. There we go. Still crashing when I get too small though, which is weird. I wonder where that's happening. I wonder if it's just getting like infinitely small or something. Like, do I have a negative size? It's pretty sweet, actually. don't know why it's crashing. How do I even detect that? Where do I detect an infinite loop? I guess I could just set the debugger on and let it break. So, where am I? That wasn't too helpful. Guess we do it the old-fashioned way. So we are infinite looping in the scrollable region update. So let's go there. Where are we updating? So probably do we finish this function? Yeah, so it's after this. So yeah, it's still within the text box actually. I bet it's this. Yep. Yeah, it's just not advancing. So I think the text box is just getting so small it can't even fit a single character in a line. But if that happens, I want it to, yeah, so it's just like stuck in a loop. So that should never happen, first off. So let's see. I guess I'm just gonna force it like this. Just to see what this does. Oh, no. I'm gonna be right back actually though. Hello. Sorry, I'm eating some food right now, so I have my mic muted. I'll be talking in a little bit. All right, I'm done eating. I can talk now. So I'm actually not really sure if I have a good answer for this. Because game engines are pretty complicated. So I don't know. I get the best advice is you just start writing something. Because odds are the first thing you write won't be perfect, but you'll learn a lot by doing it. And I know that's a really cliche answer, but like for me personally, I didn't start out writing game engines. I was just like using existing engines to make games. So I personally started out using the Game Maker engine. This was like 15 years ago. And I used that for a long time. And then I guess I wanted to learn more about how engines actually work. And I kind of just wanted to get a little more lower level with the programming I was doing. So I started to write my own and just like learn how to write my own. So yeah, I don't know. It depends how much of a beginner you are too. Like if you're a complete beginner, as in you don't know programming at all, I'm not sure if a game engine is like the best project to learn programming. I think it's a good one because like you kind of are forced to learn a lot about, I don't know, a lot of fundamental things about how computers work and how memory works and just like architecture in general. You're kind of forced to learn it when you make a game engine. So it's not like a bad project, but yeah, I don't know. Fortunately, I don't really have a great answer for you. It's kind of just start small and keep building, and then eventually you'll either see, well, at least for me, what I did is like I just kept building, and then I saw, I guess, problems with the projects I was working on, and then I sort of learned how to improve upon that. So kind of just iteratively learned over time. And a lot of it becomes like second nature after a while too. So, yeah. All right, let's see. I don't really know tutorials because I actually didn't follow tutorials because I sort of started doing this at a weird, I guess, place for myself personally where I was like already a fairly competent programmer, and I worked on games for a long time before I started to write my own engine. So I already had like a really good idea of what a game engine needs to do. Like I think the tutorials that come to mind is I think like the Cherno on YouTube. He has a good series for his engine. Hazel. His is more of like a general purpose 3D engine with like an interactive interface and stuff like that. Whereas my engine is more like just essentially just a library and like a build system. There's also Handmade Hero series, which is more of like a lower level tutorial on engines. So like you kind of get both ends of the spectrum there if you look at those. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, like my engine's a little like intense because I'm like literally writing every portion of it from scratch. So like I wrote my own rendering backends. I have like my own audio. Like I mix my own audio, and like I've just kind of challenged myself to do that. So you certainly do not have to do that to write a game engine. Like I'm just personally doing it because I want to, not for any like necessity. Yeah, so there's a lot out there where you can sort of get around a lot of the really nitty-gritty stuff. Because like when we take a step back, like what is a game engine, right? Like a game engine is essentially just a system. It's like a way of managing memory, and you have a game loop. Usually you have like game entities, so you probably have an entity system of some kind to keep track of, you know, game objects, game entities, you know, if you have like monsters and stuff. And then a big part of the game engine itself is like handling assets and just resources in general. So it's just sort of a system that, I don't know, enables a real-time application to work. That's like what a game engine is. And then what you build on top of that is like how feature-rich your game engine becomes. Like Unreal is super feature-rich, right? Because it's like a full-on 3D engine, and you have like animation and lighting and, you know, all of that. Sources for rendering techniques. There are some good books out there, maybe I could recommend. Like there's let me see if I can find it. like this book is one I read a while ago now. Real-time rendering by this guy, Thomas. So this kind of just gives you like a rough overview of like rendering. I thought it was a good book. Let's see if we can see some of the stuff in here. It shows, like, it explains like different effects, right? Like how do you actually do these? You get some like shader code snippets. Obviously that's if you like reading a book. Otherwise, if you're like just messing with shaders, I think shadertoy. This website, shadertoy.com, is good for just like quickly prototyping shaders. So I think that's potentially a good, at least little sandbox for you to write shaders in. Because most of graphics is just like shader tricks. Like this is a cool little effect. Now, some of the code that you read on ShaderToy, like that other people have written, maybe isn't like the best code stylistically, or even like, I don't know. Some of the stuff they do here is more for show than it is like performance. But yeah, I'm not sure if there's just like a one spot to just learn all of this stuff. It's kind of just acquired over time. But yeah, I think I'm actually gonna end the stream here. I'm getting kind of tired. It's getting late for me. So I appreciate everyone watching. I know I was just kind of working on UI widgets for a few hours. I was kind of surprised anyone wants to see it at all. But yeah, I might stream more often, so look forward to that if you want to.